Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what
Welcome.
I mean.
Stream
Got
starts in
high
5 minutes.
expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, so knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, so knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Something new, learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, so knowledge will explode.
Hi, welcome back. Yeah, so I'm quite tired of the walk. I was like, yeah, I want to sleep. And then I was like, we can do something more relaxed, right? So we'll see. We'll see if I get more energy. So we walked over here and over here and over here and look at the birds a bit. They really made this nice thing here. It used to be just a straight line. So now it's lots of birds and yeah, other animals. So we walked up to this farm here, and if we zoom out, you can see here's the train, and just here, and here's the big roads and everything. So it's like a little nice spot here. We're at the end of the area, and we have one golf court here and one over here. So yeah. So this tiny little forest here is not big, but it's something. Anyway, so we walked like over here. So I think this is 500 meters straight, this thing here. And here you can, they have like, oh, there it says little farm shop. They sell like eggs and milk stuff. We haven't bought anything there yet. So we walked here, we walked down here, and over here. And here, there's actually runestones. I don't think you can see. But so I think a tiny one somewhere here, and then a bigger one here. So I took some photos of those. Anyway, then we walked down here to the water, and I think it's this one. That's the tree is just flat by the water, and they've like cut half of it off, so it's like a bridge over the onto the water. So anyway, my kid was too tired, so we turned around. But I did a stream before where we were like over here. Yeah, I think it's here where there are lots of like carvings. And it's still, the train is right here, right? So it's not really calm and deserted, a nice place. We also walked up like here that time and over here and through this and around a bit here. And then we walked back this way that way. And it was all muddy over here that time. Anyway, then we walked back. And with my training ache, it was like every step you could feel it. But it was nice. Like maybe 5 kilometers or something. So yeah, and this boring line. So if I was over here, this is 3D, this side, and not where I live. So we're just beyond the 3D. So if I bike to work, oops, I would either bike this way by that water and stuff, by the train away, or this way, and by the golf court under here this way. But I'll go this way and this way, and yeah, there. So I parked there today. So it's quite a nice place to live because we don't have it like stuck on there's not that much green, right? It's quite. This is where we walked the other day with my kids' school. Recently viewed. That's why it's popping up there. Yeah. So this is where we run Monday, no Wednesday, like this. That's where my training is coming from. So yeah, so here we have quite a nice area of like wood area. It's like protected. There's a few farms in here too. But then we have this boring line where you can't go 3D. So my mom lives here. IKEA. Yeah. And no 3D. So here we can do 3D. It's quite nice, really, right? I don't know why they have this boring limit. So if we go this way here, it'll go just flat. So boring. That's where I'm at. In Sweden. Yeah, I looked a bit at LinkedIn while resting after walking. Oh. And my shoulder is still a mess. But I was thinking maybe we won't do the Hack the Box anymore. As I'm tired, I can kind of feel like I won't be. I wasn't very efficient, but I wasn't trying to be either. But I'm really tired. So maybe if I just look at it a bit, I'll not be able to stop, but we'll see. We'll see. So I opened up a few of these before, but we didn't look at anything. Just the creds here. So we could just try and run stuff. So this is authenticated though, so we need a password first. We have a username, so we confirm that with the forgot password that this exists. Yeah. Yeah, right. I remember I was going to do like try union stuff there. That's where we were. And try union stuff. Should we do that? I can't even spell. Should we do that? Maybe do it. Why not? So my brain is not working though, so we'll have to use my notes a lot. Notes. I didn't put the. Oh gosh. I was gonna do that on the actual page so we can grab a screenshot. So let's show our little proof that this user exists, right? So this is what we get when we send the supposed to be default user. This is a bad screenshot because I want the name in there. So let's do that. So now you can see the PRTG admin and that this user got the sensor, and now we do QWERTY the whole line there. And let's grab a mini screenshot of this. because I don't want to type stuff. I'm tired. So if we do this login name, we get a different result. And that shows us that this actually confirms that this user exists. So, so those belong together and these belong together. So when we try default user and password is supposed to be I guess I can type it prtg admin but we can't log in with this. There seem to be authenticated RCVs for this version though, so in would be nice. Am I too tired to type this? Logging in would be nice. I will see. Let's put the CVE there or something too. We have a lot of authenticated, and let's put it here too. CVE. So 2018, 92, 76. So my level of like my demands on myself right now is nothing. Relaxed. I was like, should I play a game? No, I don't like that. I like this. And also my shoulder is painful, so I can kind of do this with one arm if I need to. Also, the default creds are visible right in this link too, so it's quite useful, right? Once authenticated, grab your cookie and use it with a script. Okay, so the cookie is needed. 2019. So what I'm thinking, oh gosh, bash script. That's not open, I see that. You know, I want Python. I don't want that. Yeah, it's a database here. Yeah, and CVE to get off. So, oh. Did you see what I saw? I saw something. No, it's not this. Yeah. What's the box name? Yeah, it's not one. So their example is this box. So Python We have a Python script here, but I have to close my eyes to try kinda to use it. So unfortunately that confirmed that this will work, right? But let's try and get the creds another way than they did. I don't care if they got it. I'm gonna try SQLi. So. Mm-hmm. And I'm just staring at my notes without doing anything here. So I'm too tired to remember. I have too many files. I think this is the base commands, just normal SQL, but also how a union works. So union select is what we'll do. But to sheet, or what do you want to call it, be lazy. So don't even remember any feedback there, so maybe we don't get a thing. I'm also curious what will happen. It's annoying though that my brain feels asleep. So this is we have a good first. That's why I'm thinking union select will work, right? We need to just make it bad to not show a response. So we don't really need a good one. Don't ask me what my brain is doing. I'm too tired. So I was thinking of doing Web Security Academy instead, and I'm quite sure I saved that, right? New title for the stream. Mm. So sorry for being a bit tired. You're welcome to help. I'll just do it. Let's just try. If it doesn't work, you know, we tried. Oops. So why? Yeah, so I might actually move this one to the bottom, but then we would have conflicts with us instead. So I just wanted to click there, and then I wanted to go back. And what did I want to type then? P. Oh, and there's a space there. It's tiny. I know. Why have it so tiny? Because we get tiny screenshots, and that's quite nice. I don't think we have any output even. Let's just see if anything happens. Oh, so we actually found out that this is, we have like a boolean here. If it's even doing it, it might just see that as a full actual username. But we can see if we do this and we keep getting this, you know. But I think that we won't get anything. Yeah, I don't think this will give us anything. I just wanna. It was a long time since I did this. Maybe we should do some Web Security Academy instead. Yeah, I don't think we have this many columns. Nah, so that's nothing. But we can do this, and we have sent an email, right? So now we want to log in with our new password. Right, so we have one good TTS in this thing, so let's do it. Before I restart, we can do one TTS on this. No audio? Yeah, that happened yesterday too.
Thank you for using PRTG Network Monitor.
So slow.
You are using the freeware version of PRTG Network Monitor. We're glad to help
And
you
we saw
cover
like
all
an
aspects of the
installation.
current state-of-the-art network monitoring. PRTG Network Monitor enables you to
Right,
monitor uptime,
we have the
traffic, and
files too.
bandwidth usage with only one tool.
Let's
You can also
we
create
have the
comprehensive
files,
data reports
including
with the
time files and
integrated
stuff.
reporting and analysis features. This makes PRTG a clear and simple monitoring solution for your entire network. The software runs 24/7 to monitor your network. All you need is a computer with a Windows operating system. PRTG includes everything that you
It's too
need in one
slow.
install later, so you can start monitoring your network right away. The software records bandwidth and network usage and stores the data in an integrated
We'll
high-performance
fix it for
database.
next time.
Add all the network devices that you want to monitor via an easy-to-use web-based user interface and configure sensors that retrieve.
Oh, I closed it. Whatever.
We cannot disapprove and Firefox extension that uses text to speech
Yeah, so
technology
this
to
is
when
this
things
is
text
why it
talking
only
works
works
audio web text
once.
including news text
Because it's buggy, right? So it works once, and I broke it now by opening the settings. Whatever. Let's just skim through this. Scans your network 24/7 because bandwidth network usage. Monitor devices, AC web interface. Configure sensor. Retrieve desired data. Uses reports. Tables. Supports. Tuner sensor types. Completely free for personal and commercial use if you want to compute your monitoring. So I didn't try a lot of passwords. I did only try the default one. I didn't even try it backwards. And I'm too tired to remember what it possibly or to turn it around in my head. So let's just do it. No, it's backwards. It failed. Password. Okay. So we have I found this. I didn't see first that it actually mentioned the box, but we have this CV here. And we're checking the database for log to gain them. Now, did I open this link? Yeah. How and where does it store its data? So we have FTP to the hard drive. So, but we have looked in. There's so many files on this. We have some files. Let's actually check the files. Sorry for being confusing. That's FTP. It will have timed out. It just doesn't know it until we do something. So let's just cap the files in order. cat. Oh, I don't know why I took this one, but oh, 0. Hmm. Hmm. So that doesn't sound very interesting, does it? So let's remove them. Hmm. All star. And I'm just gonna put it since I listed them before. So didn't I list the files? Yeah. And this is one of them too. And this one was a bit interesting. So we can see that admin email is this na.com. So not available at notavailable.com. Is that it? Well, maybe tired brain is better at some things. I didn't even think of that when I read it last. So, oh, yeah, this is right. So, so what do we have left? DH log. So let's cat dh.log. This is going to take a long time. Okay. I'm not gonna save all this. So the dh.pam. PAM is more interesting, right? But DH parameters. 1024-bit long safe prime generator 2. So cats. It's interesting. It's just that I don't know what to do with it right now. So this was not the log file we had up before. IIS. So here we can see administrator, web management shell, Windows Forms control, get management info, post service. That's interesting. FTP authentication, Netman administrator. Boom. So this is a list of different things then. Shell always sounds interesting, of course. And management. Get authentication providers. I don't even remember where I got this file from, but we have the FTP. It's all there, what we have done. So, oh gosh, my shoulder is really painful. I think I will. I only have a few of these. So I said to my kids, I need to pee. Ibuprofen. So I have had shoulder inflammation, so it's like multi-purpose anti-inflammatory. Had is maybe a over the top word there. Shouldn't have done push-ups before. I'm like not all the way into this. I'm everything I do, I'm thinking I'm too tired for this. I should go do the other thing, right? So maybe I should do that. And we'll continue with this one next time. Let's look at the rest of the files. It's not a lot of them left, so I'm not deleting that. Generate dh.bat. So all of this was dh stuff here, or lots of it. So let's cat generate. Yeah, so here we know how it got that one. We also have that open SSL. So I don't know how this works, but this was. Yeah, let's just not read this thing. There's not gonna be a password in there. Did we have map dashboard? Yeah, that's the HTML file. Let's remove that. So let's cat prtg.key. I mean, shouldn't these be useful, right? This is a private key. But what is it for? We don't have any SSH or anything. But that's the thing. What to use it for? So let's Google on this one instead. PRTG, and someone search for this. Use private key. Yeah, so it talked about sensors for SSH. I'm just trying to stretch my shoulder a bit. So let's actually Gippity. This is a like old search. I have a private key. How would I use it to brother Cam? Can I use it to log in? No, I thought so. Pause hashes, automated scripts. I'd say CDF box, and I found a of RC box. Yeah, there's an API. There's not SSH open, but maybe we can just try it anyway. Like, how tired am I to say those words together in a sentence? Let's look at the end because I don't trust my memory anything now. There FTP. Oh, FTP. This Netmon thing. Right. Yeah, it is for this, so it's not for anything else. My shoulders. Yeah, so we don't have any SSH or anything. I think it's for maybe for monitoring with it there. Okay, we already know the CVE to get it. Well, why do I keep doing this? Right? Is it like cheating to look at it? Oh no. So I sent that the LSLA to ChatGPT. That's very useful. It's now saying what LSLA is. Well, this won't be interesting at all, but it was so long since I looked at one. So it was nostalgic. They're very empty nowadays. So let's actually RM star name and we have that long log file there. So let's cat the test login. That's not very useful, right? So do we have any other HTML files? So let's rm star htm. And then of course we have the user, which is already entered into the HackTheBox thing. Just like 2 seconds after we started. This had so much taste. That's not saying it's good. Why did I buy that? I thought it was sicker like this. It's probably healthy though. Mm. So don't think that this is anything that's useful.
VR Mechatronics says,
Hi VR.
Hey, will you new joke from Poland? XDDT. The difference between dictatorship and democracy is that in a dictatorship a minority rules the majority, whereas in a democracy the majority decides what the minority has to do.
Okay. Yeah. Let's say that a lot of countries have stupid majorities nowadays. We have a little, like the Trump thing in Sweden now too. There's a political party that was actually founded by German SS, and
They
it
elected the
is
same government again for the third time. XC not like this.
okay, yeah. And they are not in like the government now, but they're like they're depending on their votes, so they decide so much things, and it's already yeah, it's not friendly. They're not friendly to a lot of people, like also women, and so odd. Very, I don't get it. Who votes for Trump? I don't get that. It's the same in so many countries. I don't get it. Who likes? I don't think that the majority of Swedish people are like racist. Racist. That's I don't think that. So why? Why can they get any power in so many countries in Europe now? It's crazy. Yeah. So you have the same. Well, I have heard stuff, right? I've heard stuff when I used to, but Poland. I don't know you're from there, but you don't live there. And I guess if you loved it, you would live there. Um, the politics. Um, so I'm like, what am I doing? Where am I at? Oh, we run nmap and stuff here. Yeah, I can close this tab. We don't need it anymore. It's all in the notes. This one though is all the FTP. You might want to search in this. I'm just gonna. I wish there was a grab everything, but there's not. So, I think this is quicker. That's crazy, but that's slower than when you move it a bit. I don't know exactly what it is, but sometimes it really hops forward when you move it. So this is actually good in Windows. I guess I should just get another terminal program, right? Come on, hop, hop, get it all. This really makes it hop there on the side, going up and down. So it's probably a perfect spot where I could really get it speedy. Well, we're almost at the top. I don't really want to save all this, but since I want to close the tab because I don't want to keep this VM on forever, and I don't think I'm gonna be. I'm too tired, so I'm gonna do a bit of something else. I just selected all the things on there. Yeah. Since I'm closing the tab. Yeah, and of course it doesn't work because all of this is it should update. I think it will update. It's just long. But this is probably working. Yeah, so it will. This is funny. Yeah, it's just slow. It will update the formatting. So now it's all in there. Goody goody. So let's close this tab. And we kind of looked at all the files. But I'm just leaving the note where we put things. So let's continue. Like keep popping back and forward. So 5 exploits. Because I'm quite sure that's the way to go on this one. And I should just have gone with the things I googled there far. So Google. So we have this one. So what are you doing right now? Checking news and stuff? Yeah. So let's see. So I'm thinking of switching to Web Security Academy. What do you think, everybody? Welcome to chat. So default creds doesn't work, and this is an authenticated thing. So we need to get authenticated. And we found this one, which has...
Today I am completing orders for 8 pieces of VR treadmills Model 3.
Okay. Ah. Cool. So you have 3 orders for it?
Coding Sprint says hey.
Hi. Welcome in. So let's see here. Let's check out the CV. Let's talk, right? We don't just want information, we want code.
I
Proof
changed
Coding
of
Sprint
parts and
says just
unified the
wondering what you're doing.
dimensions.
So sorry, the TTS for Twitch and for YouTube, they're all at the same time there. So this is a HackTheBox machine called Netman that's has this web page on it. So we want to log in here because when we search, we need to get into the machine. I found that there is remote code execution. That means that we can, if we run this, we should be able to execute commands, whatever we want on there. And when we can do that, we can get a shell on the machine, so we can type stuff in and
Coding
look
Sprint
for
says what you do
things.
for living?
I'm looking for work in this area. I'm working a bit with electronics. I worked as an IT specialist and programmer for lots of years. But I've been home with my kids and just worked a little bit with my own company recently. So, what do you do? Coding, maybe? So, authenticated. So, how do we get the authentication? That's
Coding Sprint says wonderful.
so. This is what. Didn't I open one of these in the window? No, apparently not. So this one says POC. So let's look at this one first. Do we have any other ones? Building an exploit for.
Coding Sprint says hope you will get a well-compensated job in near future.
Thank you very much. LFI. So we don't need LFI really. We have FTP. Vulnerability. So it doesn't say there's no POC in there. So here's POC for it. Proof of concept. So code using it. That's what's supposed to be that. And we can open that in a new tab because I wanna authentication bypass.
Tell me, is it
And
worth
it
choosing
is
hosting for JavaScript or
LFI.
Python for a shop store app?
JavaScript or Python. So I don't think that's how I would choose. I would think what is the easiest, what's the cheapest, what is the most useful interface, maybe popular, what people know. I wouldn't build anything myself. And then the actual back stuff doesn't matter that much. What language is this in, right? Because you want to build your stuff, you don't want to build a web shop. I did build my own web shop, and it actually got hacked because I wasn't using it anymore. And I went into the server like, this is like looks odd. And it didn't have any payment solution or anything in it. Yeah. But they were using the computer for stuff. And I had it free on my hobbies job, and I had logged in for a long time. So I contributed to bad people doing bad stuff there for a little bit. But that was lots of years ago. It was PHP. PyPiglet. When they import stuff just to
I want
make
to
a
implement a new
banner,
type
that
service for
annoys me.
customers. That's why I can't use a ready-made store.
Okay. So you're gonna make it with AI? So Yeah, the thing is the updates. If you make it yourself, you have to update it yourself. And there might be lots of vulnerabilities and stuff. So maybe you can add stuff like plugins to something that exists instead. To add stuff to something, you don't have to build the whole thing, just a little bit of it. That's what I would do if I had to. And keep it updated. So I didn't update PHP because I didn't want to rewrite stuff, and that's why it was hacked. So this is just delete, not useful. IP URL headers data arg possible. The full it's just crap in this script. It's tiny. Let's copy this and let's remake it because it annoys me when there's unnecessary code in there. They might want to make it look more interesting or something. And I had this up already because yeah. So it's just a readme in the little file. Okay, let's test user. So we're going to look at what it does so we understand the vulnerability totally. That's what we're gonna do. And I'm actually going to open another one and start coding here without the dot and. We can cd to exploits first, and then we can code. That won't matter. It will still break if I close the window. Code is not stable. It crashes if I close the window. So I thought I will probably close this one, and then we'll have another one behind it with only this, since I won't forget. So yeah, this is why it crashed. That's why I didn't open the current directory. It opened this instead. It crashed last time. So we have to open the exploits directory ourselves. So there. So what was the number of the CVE? 2018 18410. 2018, we don't have it. So let's make a new. Why? So since it's in the root folder, I have to use this. CVE 18 19410. .py. So seriously, how did that happen? Let's go over here again. It's slow. Little blue line here. Come on. It's not a giant file. It's 55 lines, and half of it at least is just. I wanted this to look like I've been working more than I did. I don't know. So let's just delete the useless stuff first. So the CV number, we will know this, and this function only prints that. So we'll remove the include for that and the call for it. So they call the function main. This is pretty though. This is nice code. So also, I don't like arguments in this tiny script. It's just makes it a bit annoying. We can keep that though. Here's a print banner. Let's get rid of that. So parser arg parse. I don't really want this here. Let's remove arg parse too, right? So let's make it as simple as possible. So we don't need a parser. What we need is target IP. And username. And also, I wouldn't use a main in such a simple script. Instead, we will just unindent this, and we get some more lines that we can skip. So the less text, the easier, and these are just equals, and both will be text strings because the IP address happened to be 10.10.10.152. Why do I remember IP addresses? Don't ask me. Not that it's a hard one. And the username is what the thingy is called, the 4 letters. Those I don't understand or remember, rather. PRTG. So PRTG admin, and this must be the case most of the times, right? For this is next part for this. So, and we can skip this line. So then we have the target URL and headers. And I'm assuming we don't really need all of these. Actually, this one is probably not the best to have there because we just have problems with that. Origin is a target IP, so we're just going to remove args. There. And target data username. And the response text. Target headers, target data. So target data. And actually, this is not a mega big function, but target headers. We have extra lines here too. I kind of like structured code, but not if it fits on a page without problems. Then it's unnecessary complications. And if we just replace this with exit 1 and all the variables have the same name. And our script is starting to go much tinier. So So response text, if that's the name of it now. So we're going to just delete this line and indent that. And else failed. So full target URL. Okay. We can keep it. It's just so many extra lines, so we could just put in here. So we could just move this here and delete this line too. But that's, we have a shorter thing now. So now we can see what it actually does quite easily, right? The data here is, yeah, I don't think this is clear. I have to look for things. So really this line is just making it messy for me. So let's just paste it where it says data equals, and then we know that this is the data. It's ID 200 user's username. So what ID 200 is, we don't know. That's something with this thing. So yeah, so we're accessing ad users, and that's maybe why we need to have our old name. Let's call we can do something more general, like my user, and we run the API add users HTM public login. Yeah, we can do this in burp instead of using the script, and we can see better the response and everything, the full thing. Let's do that. We already have burp up, and we have captured request from this, but it's been idling and grabbing lots of stuff. I didn't use I've just been using the IP address, and it seems to be working. So let's keep that. Let's just add this to scope, and let's show only in scope, so we get rid of all the other stuff. That's much tinier, right? So here's our logins with error messages. They're line numbers. It's like all the things we've done on the sites is this. So let's just do something else. And what if I go back to this too and visit, and we go back to burp. I kind of feel like we're not getting everything here. Yeah, I think it got like only that bit in there. It didn't get all of it in the scope for some reason. I never saw that. I right click just here, right? But it doesn't do it. So we want to do a request. Where is it? It's a post. Yeah, I thought so. So we want to do a post. So let's grab one of the posts. All right, check login. So let's send this to repeater. So we have a post. We just need to change the data and where it's going and stuff like that. We can compare the rest of the data with ours. So this is a page where we go in to send it. So instead of check login, we're going for a file login file API add users HTML. So that's why it mentioned LFI, I'm guessing. So the right IP, the browser shouldn't matter. This one is not the same. This one is text HTML. This is, I'm gonna leave it and see what happens. X requested with origin and refer is already the right ones, right? The refer on this one is just the IP. So let's just skip this to make it, because this one says login has failed and everything. So cookie. Let's delete the cookie. Upgrade in secure requests. And connection close instead of keep alive for some reason. So we'll just use whatever this does then. I don't think that matters at all. And the target IP, target URL. So the target URL, the headers, the data. So now we need to get the data here. So copying the data and then raise for status because we want errors then so it can react. If we get a 404, we want it to do an exception on that. And then it just checks if there was text and prints it, and if it doesn't. So it's nothing more than this. The only thing is that the data is this instead. So let's do the same format. ID equals do I do 200 like this? Let's try it. And users equals whatever name we want. And we don't care about the old stuff. And let's call it Sophia, which is my name. And let's try and send this. We haven't changed everything to match. So we got an error. Sorry, your user account is not allowed to access this information. Error URL public log. So add users HTML. So we got an error message. So let's make our headers more close to this. And if it doesn't work, we'll try to run this and see we could even forward that. So the browser, I can't imagine it matters, right? Except star.star. Yeah, I guess we do star. Oops. It's in there. Let's delete the rest. I don't think this should matter at all, right? But this is what the puck has. And language, it's the same, but and then except encoding, it's actually the same. Content type is not the same. Actually, we have a char set here too. That's the only thing. The semicolon there. So this is just sent to the request. So this one we don't have. So actually, let's do this. Control X, delete, try and send, paste. So we don't do more than we need. I changed connection close. Both origin and refer are already fixed. Oh, it's bugging. Okay, I can't select with the keyboard at least. Okay, what happened there? So it's so buggy. That was me pushing the key up. I did not select anything. Okay, we'll edit it outside. Let's put you somewhere. Okay. So XML HTTP request was very nice. So how do I make this better? First of all, let's remove the line we shouldn't have. That's nice. So it's probably already made it. So XML HTTP request was the thing we needed. So let's make QWERTY. And then we're not allowed to access it, but we send it again. Then it already exists. So we're not allowed, but it was made because it exists later. So what about password? Does it have a password? Let's go there now and see if we can log in with one of the ones I made. So let's do Sophia here. Your login is failed. So, oops, forgot password. So Sophia, you sent an email. That means that this account exists now. So what if we log in with Sophia? Sophia, login failed. So QWERTY, and we do forgot password for QWERTY. So we have sent an email. So if we go back and we do another one. Sorry, this account is unknown. So we're creating accounts. We just don't have all the information there. So we did all the things that the script did. So why this icon is not non-existent? It's not non-existent. It doesn't exist. So let's. Did I make my user already? I don't think so. Let's try. Forgot password. My user. Oh gosh. My user. No, it's unknown. So we can use this name for it to create, right? Username to add, because just username doesn't say what it does. So now we have this name on both places instead. And I'm hungry. There. So public login HTML. So we get a message saying that we don't have access to make it account, but then it exists. But what about the password? So as we happen to have this, users sounds like a list too. So what if this was JSON instead? How do I change that? I mean, this is kind of ID 200. Right, so maybe we need to change the ID to. Sorry, select that we cannot be used here, or it does not exist. So, oh. So we added the username to add user. Let's make this a string and say square123, right? We're running out of random texts. But it's users. So structure of users in this, that's what I want to know now. And we can just guess that it's yeah, I wrote Alice Lay in here instead of where I was supposed to. Now let's make a new one because I think it's confused probably. I want to add. I want to use JSON to send the data and add a password. This will be sent to, and the darn name again. Copy paste is the best, right? Please check. Wow, the syntax should be using the API, and we're going to send it. I'm probably in the wrong machine. So also to check to add a user to PRTG network manager via the API. It's important to note that PRTG API manual primarily utilizes HTTP GET requests with URL encoded parameters for operators like adding users. Sending JSON in request body is not supported for such actions. Adding a user using the PRTG API. To add a user, you should construct a GET request to the add user HTML endpoint, include the necessary parameters in the URL. For example, password, email, name. So we have data here. Ensure that all and what? No. So the reason here that we have the file a bit first though, but maybe that doesn't matter because we're getting to the file via the LFI thing. That's what I'm assuming. That's why it works. And, I'll turn to using PRTG API v2. So let's give it a CVE number. The intention is to use okay. No, this doesn't use this. This is supposed to be a pack that we modified. Users are added with my version. But I can request a password to be sent to me, but I don't have a password to log in. And let's actually make sure that our last user was made when we used the JSON format, right? So we're gonna check if it's added. So we're gonna log in with was it query123, and that won't work. So this is what we want to do, of course. So that didn't exist. Did I use that query123, right? Yeah. So if we go back, query123, and it's users. That might be part of why it works. So we're getting the error. And now this is a read-only account. Okay, so let's go back again. That's interesting. So I think it was actually made the first time too. So let's do, now I'm using the other direction of the keys. So let's send that. And read-only account. Sophia 2. So I sent it twice. Check for duplicated or existing users. And that's what we get when we send it twice, because it already exists, right? So let's just make sure that's totally fresh. And then we do Sophia 1. No, 2. And this one is sent. So there's like a requirement for the length of the name or something. So I guess I was too short with the other one. So not supposed to be exposed without authentication, but due to the vulnerability, you were able to add user without logging in. However, no password is secure in creation, so you can't log in with that user unless you reset or assign a password post creation. I don't have an email either. Request a password reset. The user has an email sent via. Yeah, your user have an email address. This is why it's stupid. We don't set a password. We only set the username. We don't have. Right. Exploit further by modify notification or sensor. Since you can add the user access login ID, login hash. You're able to auto login. Modify the user with known permissions. Yeah. I'm gonna just try adding like passwords and stuff. So obviously I also had no chance. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this, but to add an email and the CTF machine has no internet. I meant you to check the docs for possible passwords. Compared to the users we use. Let's not call it anything, just be logical. So we're gonna just add it. Let's see what happens. Password equals Sophia 3. And we're gonna try with S2. So we got not allowed again, which is what we got all the time, so nothing new. Sophia 3. Sophia 3. So we failed. So we try again with passwords, which is, this is just feel stupid, but why not? Oh, I forgot to add 4. I don't want to mess with the same one that's already created. It's obviously not working the same. So that doesn't work. So let's see what ChatGPT said. Understood. Given that the PRTG instance is isolated in internet size and email is considering exploitation, your objective is to create a user account with a predefined password to facilitate login. Using the user's HTML endpoints, API endpoint and allows user creating or specify ID users. However, it does not support setting a password during user creation. The limitation is evident in documentation and confirmed by parallel attempts to include a password parameter, which are ignored by the API. Okay. So now we have examples to check out. Alternative approach: modifying user properties post creation. To set the password for the newly created user, you can leverage the set object property API, which allows modification of password. It requires knowledge of the user's object ID and appropriate permissions. Yeah. So, do we have those? No. Does not support setting password. Yeah. So there's the same article. So let's check this out. They're doing the same thing we do, though they actually read about the CV. No loading for testing, didn't reduce account, credential, didn't work almost. I just wanted to check, it didn't mention this box's name. There's no box mentioned at all. We could do a brute force and maybe that would work, but I wanna play with this. So it's no fun doing it a not satisfactory way. So it's an unauthenticated file. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was allows and directly to create a user. Got my attention. A perfect scenario comes to my mind. Then we use RCE vulnerability. Yeah, that's the one we have noted down. to compromise the server. Luckily, at the time, this public no exploit code for. We all know about the vulnerability from. Oh gosh, bright light mode. The advisory from Big Security is to provide much. Found network monitoring from versions. However, this is not coming. Log in and let's try to figure out how to add users. Navigating to user accounts and found there's two methods to create new users using the feature add multiple users to create an administrator account and capture the request by using verbs to know how it works. Oh, so you actually set it up and test it. Let's look at the request. Add users. PRTG local. ID 200 users. PRTG local. And user skip because identical login name because he ran this several times, just as we did. The request contains the API add users endpoint, the ID and users parameters all match this vulnerability description known that we are executing the request by using a valid account. The goal is to make the above request but unauthenticated. The hint for us, the public input is public login HTML described above. At this point, we got almost all things. The only missing piece is the parameter that used to be included. To fit it, from the black box perspective, we can do parameter fuzzing, or from the white box perspective, it's simply view the source for. All of them will lead to the same result. The included parameter is file. So we have the code as we have access to the machine, right? Awesome. Now, combining all things works, we will make a false request to public login, passing API add users to the file parameter users. So this is what we have tried. So PRTG local. We didn't add the PRTG local. After sending the request, we got a 302 redirect. According to the error message, we are not allowed to access this information. However, the backend had successfully accepted a request and added a new user. So, yeah. Seriously, we know this. We want the next step. We want to set the password here. So, okay, I need to open this in a new tab because it doesn't understand that we can zoom. So this is what we did, but we didn't have any PRTG local there. And since he did it on his own, where he's admin, he could check that the user is created. So he called it attacker. So attacker at, oh, that's the at, so that's the email address. So that's, so what is the password? And it's an administrator account that's generated. PRTG.local. So that's the email. Come on, burp, open. I'm just gonna add that %40 PRTG.local. And there's no such thing as a password for this. So primary group, group memberships, active. I'm assuming this is the status of the user after we did this. So we can edit, delete, and pause. So what if we can use the same LFI to do the next steps that ChatGPT suggested? Set object property. Oops. Okay, so check the manual. I'm not gonna read that now, at least. So if I could use the LFI at, and then we paste with the set object property HTML and HTML file. How would the post parameters, or whatever you want to call it, data look? Can I do this with only the account name and the password? It seems that if I use an email as the and email, that would have solved and email. So let's make this a parenthesis. As the account name, it is added as the, I believe, because it's just for pasting a screenshot. Based on a screenshot, I believe. I don't have any other data. If there is not an endpoint to convert a user name to an ID of some sort. Also, the ID in the user users request, and that's always 200, or is this something we can change and use? Because that's actually some kind of ID. Let's break this down based on internal behavior of classic API. Limited control of the CTF scenario. What is the ID to render it? ID in a user referred group or object under which the user will be created. So it is that it's an administrator. In most users group or root group. So yes, you can change it, but it needs to be a valid group ID where a user can be added. This valid does not assign a user ID where you're adding the user. So we want it to be an admin, of course. You're asking, can you type file equals API? Yeah. No, not directly. So, but this is how we're using it, the other one. No. Require ID? I don't trust it, of course. Okay. What is the path? I saw this file, I just thought it was so messy. I don't want to go to the FTP again, but I know I will probably have to. What is the path to the... And it's not pretty, because we won't have... The next time we might not have that, right? But we have the LFI, though. To the file. Also, you say it's not executed, but this is exactly how we create the user. On Windows, where it runs. Just look at it at program data. We don't have access to our program data. I looked, but we might have through the LFI. We need to adjust the number of depending on the route. Yeah. We can try. So of course we would have to. Let's hop back here and grab a new one. So we can play with another one. And actually,
As Susie says, hello.
hello, welcome in. So let's make this get, and we don't need the arguments. I'm just checking. Let's change this one too, so we don't have a login error there. So okay. Okay. All right. So I can just control U, that's right. So just plus. Okay. So it doesn't seem to give us a file. We didn't try with any other files either. So we don't have access to program data on the FTP that we have. So I'm actually going to remove the encoding and oopsie, the cookie, not the referrer. and what did we add in this one? So this was much prettier and actually made the other one work. So I could have just grabbed this one to start with. So we can make users, we just don't have a password. And they're quite useless if we don't have a password. I don't want to brute force try that. Declare for execution via file. Specific vulnerability. Don't execute logic despite being exit through file. Behavior is abnormal. This is a core issue in the CVE, but it doesn't unauthorized logic execution. So normal, like add users. So do you see its logic? It just works in add users. So in normal HTML files like add users, it doesn't work. So it doesn't understand what it says. Yeah, so this may too is so it doesn't require auth. So why didn't it answer my question? So please just answer my question. What parameters data for it gave us it. So now I'm pushing it to tell us the full story here. There. ID, password, new password. So we also need the old password. So we also need the old password. Then there's two things we don't have. The ID and the old password. So I'm a bit annoyed at this guide here. This is how you make this. This is a pack for this. Only it doesn't do anything because it just does the same thing we already had. So no comments, nothing. I did the same thing, except ID and user params were URL parameters. But once created, the new user doesn't seem to have a password configured. Yeah, exactly. How did you manage to leverage? Same here. An account without a password is not that much use. can we type stuff? That's the first thing I ever wrote on here. Oh, there's an answer here. The password will be sent via email. The server needs to be configured to send email. You can also see the tweet. Okay. Demonstration of Puck exploit. That is created by mood analyzing. So I think the GIF is not working, someone says. Okay, so okay, we can copy that address. I want it big, please. So this was very, very, very helpful. Yes, indeed. Very, very helpful. So how do they expect us to be able to see this? Oh, look, there. Oh, it's a separate window. Okay, okay. So this is very odd. Anyway, we can do it at our own speed at least. So there is one user. So let's just see what you wrote as a email. The source calm. I wonder where they updated it when it's already there. Oh, read-only user. Yeah, I got that on some of them. So, and there's an administrator. So it was a delay before it was made an administrator. Or did he do it? Then that might be our thing too. I thought it was the length of the name. Temporary email address is ready. The new password. So, do you think this one actually has an email? I mean, in a real scenario, you would have an email. Just a sec. Hey, love. So I'm just gonna leave this ear thing here. Okay, it's just worked out. Okay, I hoped he would sleep all night now, as it is midnight. But I'll be awake for a bit more. So this is how they did it here. So this is funny, making an email for what? So you got this email. This is of course useful if you actually have an actual server, but it's totally useless. I want my boss to convince me. Well, now I know a little bit more about these, right? I clicked the one that looks make this tinier, and then it becomes bigger. So I believe this will like hop it to a tiny little thing down here. That's what this means to me. Okie dokie. I guess it means pop it out, and that's the Firefox ring, right? It's not actually Twitter. They don't have a function for it, I guess. The same thing you have in Twitch. Yeah, I'm assuming that.
I want to apply for a position as a junior new Linux administrator. Do you have any tips?
Not really. I guess you have some experience with Linux administration. Do you have your own lab that you can play with? Test different things? Try to imagine what a company might need it for? Check what the company you want to apply to, what they use, what tech they use, what things are they running on their Linux servers. Yeah, that kind of thing. So can I edit this?
Wait, I have to record it to translate it later.
Oh, okay.
Translated from Portuguese.
Should I repeat myself? It's also recorded. Let me show you. So, on Twitch, if you go to the channel, and also on YouTube, so we can go to videos. Come on. And this is the current one. Recent broadcasts. I guess I can send this link.
Fix it says.
Web link.
So if you go to this one, you can start watching from the start of the stream if you want to. So this is when I was away, and then you could go back just a little if you want to.
As Susie says.
So then
Okay.
you can also play it slower if you have like a slowdown thingy. So now I'm in slow motion. I'm in Twitch. Yeah, I'm assuming that. I'm
I
slow.
want to apply for a position as a junior new
There's your question.
Linux administrator.
Sorry for the speed, this sounds
Do
crazy.
you have any tips?
So, well, I can play it too. Yeah.
No problem.
So if you have any other questions, just ask, and the few things I know I can answer. If I don't know, maybe I know where to get the information. And so, it's a CTF. So I assume no email. But maybe it just works only with that.
I have to go over there, then I'll come back. Bye
Do that.
bye.
Bye bye, and welcome back later. So, the manual too. So of course you need to authenticate to change your password, but you can make a user with no password. What is the default password? Nothing, I'm assuming. So let's assume that it has internet. Should we make a user with an actual email address? We know how. I can use something I don't use very often. Not that it matters. Or you just use my mail, it's no secret. So I just added here with an at. So Sophia for, instead of that, Sophia at fixit42.com, not com though, .com. And this bit is just not working. So Sophia at, so let's what is it? No, URL decode. Yeah, I did Control Shift U. Okay, Control U. So it is the at, it is the correct email address. So if we were to add this user now, there, we go back here and we try to log in with Sophia at fixit42.com, and I'm just gonna copy that, and your login is failed, so let's enter the user ID. Request a new password. Sorry, cannot send the password for read-only account. And now I quite think I know why, because the 1QAZ account, oh sorry, forgot to click here again. 1QAZ account will not be read-only anymore. Okay, It doesn't exist. So it deletes accounts. It's resetting. That's quite nice actually, because it would be annoying to have to reset the box because you kind of messed up. So now it worked. We have sent an email with your new password to your email address. So in case this actually can access the internet, which I've never seen a box do, I should get an email to my email. I don't think it will send an email, but it would be stupid not to test. Right? Just assume that it doesn't work and go on with your life. I keep getting so much ads from AliExpress. Epic Games. Parental control. New parental control. So, just normal males. Focusrite. Claim your free plugin. Try hacking. Rapid HackTheBox. GitHub. LinkedIn. Yeah, I have so much email. I have to do something about it. So I'm assuming nothing will pop up, but if it does, I will see it. So let's go back to from the back here. So we haven't even looked at this one. So why are we on actions in here? We want obviously code. Hi Mash. This is the same one as this. And possibly the same one as the one who made the video. And here we have the article we just looked at. Only this is on the Kali VM. And this is the script that we made our request from. And so we know that this one won't give us any new information. I'm curious, did anyone complain? So it is cool to, I don't think he might have found it. It was just I didn't find a bug for this, so I'm trying to, I read the thing. That's probably how they found it from the start, right? Just trying to send requests. Mimicking what you could do as an authenticated administrator, and trying to do those other ways. So why was there the file equals there? That's what I'm curious on. So maybe all code, if you're checking code, just look for file equals. It's very odd that it actually, yeah. maybe not, maybe not. Or that it was actually seen as data code, not just text or something, but it's because the way it was included, of course. So I don't know why ChatGPT didn't think it would be the same for the other one first. So I'm just gonna quickly read a bit. So enables attackers to generate user with read-write permissions, potentially including administrative privileges. Vulnerability arises from improper handling of HTTP requests that can be manipulated to execute a local file inclusion attack. This section provides more in-depth technical insight of the vulnerability. Just repeating themselves. Versions affected. Attackers can exploit this vulnerability by manipulating the include directive in the login HTML file, executing the API add users file, providing the necessary parameters to create a user with unauthorized privileges. That's not true. I don't think it's unauthorized. It requires immediate and long-term security. Process. Steps to take. Update. Patching. Yeah, so this didn't give us any information at all. We want the details. So we're back here. Didn't actually open this. So I do prefer if we can like make our own thing instead of using already existing as much as possible, because that's the best way to learn to do it. When there's also already something you can check if you don't have it. Just repeating what we already read. Yeah. So then we have the where I heard from it about it. VulnDB. It's so quiet. Login required. Authentication is required. Yeah, I was like, why didn't I hear of this thing? So that ID was CVE. So we don't know if it wants a CVE before, but whatever. So different numbers. Yeah, I'm not gonna read anymore. That's enough. This is the default creds one we started with. Just kept hopping to the right. Where does store its data? Yeah, so we read here. And I just said that I already checked this directory, but if I knew what files to look for. That's might be the way, but we don't have application data available. We have the program directory only. The user directory was very simple with only like desktop, some other stuff by FTP. Now I'm like FTP, hidden files. Does FTP show hidden files? Does not display by default. Manually enable. Hide away list all files. There are. Yeah, that's a recursive. List files in bare format in alphabetical order. Exits from FTP. So maybe we should just give it a chance. FTP again. It was long since we were at FTP. I only have one tab up. Yeah, I closed the one with FTP. So I'm actually going to open a new tab. And then we go into type FTP. Because then I don't have to type that. Also, it's anonymous. Yeah, so I should have done the other thing. Anonymous. So we could have downloaded the whole thing, right? And let's check here for whatever. Let's do their HR. Let's go to users, cd public, been here too much. There, and then there dash uppercase r. So lowercase r, nothing. So we don't have anything else here. And I guess we should do, this is definitely not recursive. So no program data. That's all we got. Logs. Log database. Oh, I was in the directory. Oh my. So I told my kid I'd be up at least an hour more. It's not like I'm gonna fall asleep or anything. Registry. So I'm actually going to close this one, I think, because I'm starting to feel that we have read enough and learned some things, and yeah, let's continue checking this one. So this is authenticated command injection. So let's open the script. This is the first CV. We need the authentication too, though, right? So I think we had another one too. RCE. Well, it's the same thing, different words used. Only this one is bash. It's not really readable, is it? Oh my god. So I can't say I'm fluent in bash, but I don't think anyone would like to read this. So I'm gonna start reading the text. We read a bit of it before. Impacket, Netcat, and Venom. So we know it uses those then. I didn't read the code. So this is a more impressive thing. So I want to read more of them in detail, but here we are using our assistant random as a fan. Create file, prepare command. Colorama, argparse, or argparse. At least it's not the banner making one. But this is colors are pretty, but if you go for readability, which is what I do now, my first script I added colors and thought it was pretty. And then I was like, okay, half the script is color tags. Nah, not worth it. I want people to be able to understand it easily. Gosh, I should stop itching at them. It's not itching though, it's a bit. Ouch, ouch. Oh my. I want to get rid of the slight pain there. Why did I drink that? Because it's on my table. Well, I brought 2 because they were cheap. They had like half were off. And I'm assuming I think it's like cranberry juice. Cranberry juice, I mean. In Sweden it's a tea first. Doesn't taste like it here. It was just so strong. I'm thinking you should make ice cream from that. That could be good, like licking it. I might do that. Put it in the freezer. Our ice cream machine is broken, unfortunately. Yes, my kids. I'll be right back. It's knocking. Hey, love. Yes. Hmm? Okay. Yes, yes. Jag tycker du ska satsa på att vara uppe i normal dagstid och sen sova. Jag tycker du ska vara uppe typ, så det är 24 timmar per dygn. Så man brukar vara vaken typ i 16 timmar och sova i 8 timmar. Om du... jag tänker att det kanske inte är någon idé att du försöker sova i natt. Eller hur? För det kommer ju inte gå något bra. Okej, bye, good night. Okej. Puss, puss. Jag fixar det. So I'm gonna make you some pancakes. So I'm thinking of I'm tempted to break my trying to be healthy this week because of something I see on me. But I've decided I'm not gonna today at least. Maybe tomorrow. So just 2 pancakes in my box. So I'm trying to show my kid how to do these. You know, microwave. Oh, gosh. They're just glued. And if you break them open them in the right way, then they can close. If not, if you just tear them open. So. Let's get some cheese. Just rushed ginger and cheese. This. I usually mix it so there's no fruit left. But it's too late. It's 0:30. And one of my kittens with flowers. So we have to have the fruit in there. So it's too sweet to have a big lump of jam. I don't like it. I want thin jam. My hubby is like, no, I want this whole fruit. I keep eating Cheeto and milk coffee. We can do this. So here. So we have 1 minute in the microwave. Taking a look. Yeah, it's I think I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't even know if it's German or Danish. This is a type TDR. So tiger. Here in Sweden. So it's very similar to Swedish. Totally different. Let's see. So why is this? I never put it in for decent company. It's not like it's hard, it's simply small time. And why do we change our servicing activities instead of probably with this post? HackTheBox. So, warm pancake is the first ones. So, putting some jam on the pancakes. And it's lumpy. Meaning lumps of too much sugar for the cats. That's right. Also meaning normal. I think I did that the first time for making a cake, but then I was like, oh, this is nice. Because we always end up with a jar like half filled with big bits that no one wants. So we throw them away. Now, if you just mix it, you eat all of it. So don't throw the whole thing away. That's not good for Chinese. It's not good for too much sweetness is not nice. It should be just enough. Now I almost want a few of these myself because they smell quite nice. But at the same time, don't. It's like if you eat candy, you always get disappointed and it's disgustingly sweet. Cinnamon buns, so that will be what I with almost no sugar, no, or then too sweet. Just doesn't taste good. So, maybe I should keep the light on. And get some jam on my jar. So what happened here? Stuff just moved into this drawer. Just like it being no gem jar in the gem jar place for a few minutes, and there's other stuff. So there now there's place. There's a room. Let's actually empty another gem jar there because I'm gonna refill that. So we have pancakes. Let's get some water too. So I roll the pancakes with the jam. Right, and also some cream. That's good. We need some fat. This is another cold. How do we carry this? So I'm right back up. I need to spill the water. Laban, kan du ta någonting? Jag försöker hålla allt. Tack. Så bra. Tack. Ska jag sätta tallriken? Så får du ta vattnet. Okej. Så. Så. Tack. Yeah, so when I started stream again, so we went on a walk, so I closed stream down. Oh, that's funny. So like everybody on Twitch went away when I left for bed. Oh, this mic started working again randomly. I can switch mics, so we can toggle to the good mic. Sorry for the volume change, but I can't boost it higher than this. So I changed so I can see if there's anyone there. I still don't care about it that much though. It's nice if I have company, and if people chat, that's even better. But I totally get that some things people don't like that much. Like, people would have liked more if I tried to do the boxes quickly than learning as much as possible. And reading code is not everybody's favorite thing. And the bright light in here now where it was darker. So we have 2 new mails, but product updates for Kali Linux on AWS Marketplace. That's what I got mails about. 2 of them. So title PRTG authenticated command injection show. But we need. Okay, so let's not read all of it. Let's just read the bits. So this arg parser is making it very clear that it's MSF-Venom, right? And so checking for HTTP or HTTPS. Get. So this is a bit funny because I'm thinking it'll get. I'm reading this as root, but get slash get response from con and get header server from the response. But what slash? Where's con? Con is URL. Okay. So it's just checking the connection, but there's no error testing. But I guess response and version is still there. Yeah, and they use that. Still a bit odd. So I would have like error checking. And then they check for the version. Vulnerable false, false, false. And version split depend var. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So 18 to 39. So it's only 1839 that is vulnerable. So if any of these are not the right number, it's also a funny way of doing it. Like it wouldn't be enough to check if this is in there. Very, like this code is so long. Whatever. I almost want to fix the code. Test if it works with a shorter. So def random string. Defining a function. What was this called? That must have been a function to check version. A random string. 8. Okay. For 1 in range. For I in range. I mean, connects to the PRTG server instance and retrieves a valid session cookie. Get session. Okay. Payload equals login URL myaccount.html. Tab ID username format. Oh, I don't like the string format. It's better to have just an F and put the variables in there, right? I don't think that's pretty. HPS. But they already did this. Repeated code. Seriously. Am I look. Same code. Well, not that. But this bit. So many places.
FixerBot says.
New
Sorry
follower
for
Luna.
complaining.
Less than 3.
Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Sorry for being negative. I'm tired. Should be happy for pack code instead of complaining that it's not pretty. I want to have as short and as readable as possible code, right? And this is not very readable either. So we need authentication before we run this one. Let's check just the arguments. IP port, our IP port, and administrator username and password, HTTPS. So ours is HTTP, it's on port 80. The bright lights after coming back upstairs is bright. Yeah, so please chat with me if you want to. Yeah, I'm not gonna read the whole code, cause I know people don't want me to, right? If you want me to, tell me. I'll just get annoyed for them repeating stuff all the time. So I think that sometimes people just want the code to be long so it looks complicated and not optimized. And using MSF Venom. But it was using Impact, right? Here. So that's interesting. I haven't done that. But what is it used for? So starting an Impact server in the background and then sleep. So obviously waiting. Execute command, file location command. So execute command. And then we have prepare command. Ooh. So what's file location? So obviously, if we're supposed to, well, it did say it's a shell, right? Close the SMB server. We're no longer. Yeah, so that's what it does here. Okay, so it's sharing this file location. So it can be executed in another place. So we know what Impact is used for then. It's for, I guess, what MSF Venom is generating to be accessible on a remote machine. So So I guess this makes a shell, and then the rest is just cleanup. Listening on for reverse shell formats. It's just running our system, netcat. Yeah. Okie dokie. So we still need authentication. Credentials are needed for running the exploit. Default credentials. Also try for set up an account without auth. So this generates an account without a password, unless we can get mail from there. It might be worth checking the database or log to gain them. And I guess I open this again. Try Lport 445 if the port has not been occupied. There are a few twisted comments in the code, so you might need some modification. It might take a few attempts to succeed. Reboot the target machine is always a good option, especially when your payload causes some impact. Test coverage. Yeah. So this is the box we're doing, and that's why I didn't read more in this one, okay? So, but it didn't actually say anything about the box. Thank you for Python version. Python 2 version. Okay, so he has kind of converted this one. This from 2018, so 2018 CB. I'm trying to stretch my shoulder because it's not perfect right now. I think like 5 push-ups was enough for my shoulder to remember it had some kind of inflammation. Authenticated command injection reverse. So this is what they used. So let's see what they say about the authentication. Improved version written by. Not this one then. PRG authenticated RC. Yeah, but it's authentication bit that's trickier. Improved. So we open this too. I use post data from their script plus just made a little more readable. I didn't have much success with it. So this is the previous version, not an... Okay. It's quite obvious when you read it again. Payload deliveries, essentially SMB delivery. Yeah, impact serves up. We read the code for the last one. So it works the same way. So the other guy just made it Python 3. So now I'm curious if this code was as messy. Oh, it's the exact same script. They have just Python 3'd it. So they're not responsible for the code. So it's the same thing we read. And they got it from this one, who doesn't have any repos anymore, because it can't be yet, right? There's nothing. That's just a Python file for this. So let's look at that one. Remote code execution, exploits. So let's just check those two out too. Credentials are needed for performing the exploit. First log in and get the authenticated cookie for to add a
Blackie
new
T
user.
says, "Are you a hacker?"
I'm learning. But I think everybody's a hacker. We're all hacking something, if nothing else, our lives, right? Hacking all the days too. Usage sample. So, are you just getting started? Or have you been learning for a bit? The credentials are needed for performing the exploit. First log in to get the authenticated cookie. Yeah, so we need to get the authentication here first. This is annoying. So oh, what?
I just got suggested you're live on, was just curious on what you were doing.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we're doing a HackTheBox machine, but we're kind of like digging deeply into all the things and learning as much as possible. I'm not trying to do them as quickly as possible, but to learn as much as possible from the machines instead. So it is supposed to be an easy machine, and so far, if I would have just read the things, and maybe there's even something in Metasploit, because that seems to be like what they have for a lot of the easy ones. But I don't use Metasploit because that's you don't learn all the things then. Yeah, and I just realized here that there's actually information about the bugs here, so that's not good. So
Oh, is this like tree hack?
yeah, it's a bit like Try Hack Me. They kind of say like, Try Hack Me. They really started the basics, but HackTheBox is a bit more complicated. They also have an academy, which is so it's like Try Hack Me, but everything except for the let's go back here. Okay. It's a new day. We need a new code, I guess. So so many codes now here. Oh, there's HackTheBox. Did I do it in time? Yeah, I think so. I saw a tiny pie piece on the authenticator. So there are active machines. These are free to play, and there are no like help or stuff. So you can play these without paying anything. And I just got a free VIP, and then you can play the retired machines. But these you're not allowed to stream. So if you do these, you can't share with anyone what you're doing. But they will retire, and then you can't play them with the free accounts anymore, except for a few. They are marked free here. So I just recently started to going from the top here, going through all the machines. So I did a lot more on TryHackMe. So let's hope it won't ask me to log into, right? Oh, I'm a robot? Am I? Yeah. Oh? Yeah, I thought so, because we're this one actually doesn't exist anymore, so I don't dare to hop
Dick.
out of it.
Translated from Dutch.
But we're actually doing another path. I just want to finish this one, so I can't open another one now. So let's hop to path here. So I am doing the offensive pen testing here, and then I plan to do, but this is already 23, so they're all overlapping, you know. Someone asked me to do, I think it's this one on stream, so we might do after this one. We might do this one, but I want to finish the one that already doesn't exist anymore first, because I don't think you can hop back into it otherwise. And I've wrote down the rooms, and they're all ancient. All the rooms are ancient. Actually, we might hop over and do some TryHackMe. I was thinking about doing Web Academy. So let's see. I'm like, where's the links? That's the Praxmax. Portswigger. As I'm quite tired, it's 1 a.m. and I was tired from we took a family walk. Yeah, so I'm just checking that it's not here. I think that cyber defense sounds much cooler than, for example, SOC level 1. Right, cyber defense sounds cooler, right? But I didn't have time to finish it while it was actually alive, but I still want to finish it. So we're going to do these rooms. There's very nice learning in this path. So there was like an introduction that I think I had done all the rooms in already, but I never tried Nessus. We installed Nessus on my VM, and we installed something for Jara to zero login vulnerability. Yeah, we did that one too anyway. In OpenVAS we also installed. This one I don't think was that very great, but so the next steps here are these. My kid's knocking again. Just a sec. So my kid, my 17-year-old with autism, he just woke up. Oh gosh, it's bright in here. Yeah. All right, I hadn't it on. Oh, I thought you were in the mic. In my ear, but you were not. Okay, you were in here. I'm so sorry for just leaving again. So he woke up at 21. So it's not the perfect day. Let's finish this, check through this. So there's active directories, attacking Active Directory and Kerberos, and volatility and other forensic stuff. That's quite cool. We need to know a little bit about everything. So he's knocking again. Yes, love. Oh, okay. Vi kan sända. Okay. Yes. Men det är ändå viktigare, va? Med dig. Sorry. So I had to help him, of course. But he knew where his yogurt was. It was just stuff in front of it. But the thing he really asked about wasn't that. It was that something fell out of the fridge when he opened it. So, and the malware stuff. That's interesting. Reverse engineering. So this will also teach you how to make malware, right? Malware introductory. Mal strings, basic malware RE, mal ramnux, the redux something. All right. Also, these have like teaching and flags, teaching and whatever. So that's the free request. April 2nd, this path has been retired, is no longer available. So do this one instead, they say. But I did that one already when it came. So we have 44% on this one, so we're gonna finish it too. Let's just check where we were. How far we could possibly be from finishing this one, and maybe we'll just finish it. We don't have to do all the things ourselves. We can get some help too. Puck. So there's a bit of a lot of links. So just a bit ago,
I don't know anything about cybersec. You think it's worth it to learn it in 2025?
Yeah, definitely. So I've been learning for, I don't think it's 2 years yet, but I've also worked as an IT specialist and programmer. But so of course technology is useful, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. That's why I started with it. It's a lot of fun. I was actually thinking of doing like scam baiting, and I needed to set up a virtual machine for that, and that's where I fell into this big rabbit hole. So it ended up being like this instead. So it could have been differently. Could have been another path. In case we don't want to add a
What's
user.
scam baiting?
It is when you like call scammers and waste their time and stuff, and say that you're like an old granny, right? That's scamming.
Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
Translated from Tagalog.
It can be quite fun. So then if you invite them into your computer, which is obviously then a virtual machine, then you don't want it to be not safe. So that's how it started. So let's actually not leave. Oh, I already read that. That was not useful. Because we already had. So what we have this request here. Actually, let's make a screenshot of this, because this won't work right now, because yeah, it will work because it was so long ago, so the server cleans out itself. Let's make a screenshot of the request and the response. So even though it says this, it is still, we still get a request. So paste it here. A user is created. Is still created. But has no password. We need to find a way to be able to use the to auth. Let's just say auth to do the next step. So Try Hack Me is a perfect place if you're all new. So they have so much free stuff. First of all, if you search for their stuff, so if you go for no subscription type, so free only, and check how many rooms there are. We have 52 pages. This is how to sort them. All. Room type. We have both challenges and walkthroughs. And status. All. So, yeah, 52 pages of 12. 3 rooms. You can do everything. So you can learn so many things without paying anything here. The only thing that could be annoying.
I downloaded a lot of pirated apps on my computer in the past. You reckon someone has access to my computer?
That's possible. You never know. Well, you could always check the traffic from another device on your network. What traffic or from your computer, but that could be modified. Yeah, you can check from the computer that your computer's traffic goes to. That would be the easiest way to do it. So pirated stuff, that's not the safe route to go, really. Yeah, I'm a bit tired. Maybe it's time to stop streaming. It is 1:30. Maybe I shouldn't start with a new thing. But let's still see if I can at least make notes so we know where we are.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Blackachi.
Thank you for
Less
the
than 3.
follow. And welcome in, of course. So, let's copy this as text too. We don't want to have to type it again. Type later. So, this is Obsidian, a very nice note-taking tool. And it could also color in different types. Now I told it this is an HTTP request or HTTP something, and they will use the nice colors for that. So, yeah, this was me testing the other one. Yeah, configuration data. Seriously, did I send this? There's no plus here. And here. Let's make all this Control U and send that. But we still got the same response, so. Why is it configuration? Oh, that's what I changed with that one. But that's not what I was going for, really. Let's just close that one down. We don't need it. Or rather, it didn't work. So let's sort a bit. I think I have this one in here. This is a CVE number. And it is authenticated. And I just added some text there to this link. So we need auth for this, for that. We could make a user, but we need if mail if email worked, we would have it already. So let's actually close this one, because let's get rid of the tabs. So this one didn't exist. That makes things a little easier. We have one thing less. Here's the command. More details on the release can be found here. Yes, I don't really want to know about this. I want the auth, right? Why SMB? So we hopped to his notes. This is his notes. And he has it on the side here, a little index. Okay. Let's open it up on my other computer. We can check through and see if there's something I don't have. That's always good. Where does PRTG store its data? This is like the workaround to not being able to set the password, I think. But I have read a lot here and we seem not to have access to those files, and I'm too tired to try anymore. And Elvin Smith, this is just a Python file, so same thing. I already closed this one once, it was open twice. So we have checked a lot of the links here. Using SMB to get a reverse shell. Okay, so that's why he had his nodes. So SMB reverse shell. I did not do that before, for sure. And I'm a bit thirsty. Yeah, these are so in my notes. I like his notes. They seem good. But they might be a bit old. Like crap map exec in several places. And I don't think you need to do this to run in-packet stuff. I'm looking for a shell. He said there would be a SMB shell here. So let's search for download payload trigger reverse shell. Some path in packet examples. Oh. On Windows target or RCE copy. Attack IP share and CXEs. They're using netcat to get using SMB to copy netcat there, or to run netcat. That's not SMB, that's netcat. So is that the only head? Yeah. Okay. In case we don't want to add a user, for better OPSEC, we can get a reverse shell. However, due to HTML encoding, many characters get encoded. So I don't know what they're talking about. I'm kind of thinking of skipping this one because it's just taking time. So if we already had stuff, if we could already execute a reverse shell on the machine, why would we then want to make a user on this web page? It's like backwards, right? So if we already have full control over the server, we can do anything. We don't need to try and make a basic user on a website or an admin user. I don't know what this is. Nah, let's just go back, because I think it might be time to actually check what other people did too, but that's for next time. This should be removed, this account now. So it kind of cleans itself up. So we checked a lot on FTP before. Now we're just double checking that we didn't actually have the directories that I thought we didn't have. And I'm kind of using one hand now because my shoulder is no nice. Yeah, so we exited FTP, need to exit that too. And we got the user one before in 2 seconds. And we have these things. That. And this is the script to make a user, but we never run this. Whatever. Let's just save, because I made it the burp thing instead. So let's close that and close this. And this one, everything is saved. I'm curious to see the cleanup scripts in this box when we're done. Because users are definitely removed, right? Yes, we have everything saved. I'm actually going to close this. I'm not sure we'll stop it once though. Maybe we'll do some Web Security Academy, because that feels not so complicated. And I don't know what image I had there, but that's just my background image. So I'm gonna check his notes. Is there like a date or something? So right, I showed that we could go back and check another time. This was the one we just opened. This was that. This was from LinkedIn. Swedish cybersecurity. So the service ends developed by MSP warns if there's technical vulnerabilities that needs to be fixed in Swedish organizations' IT environments. So I'll read that later. Yeah, this was a bit fun. So best penetration testing tools. 1997, 2006. Well, 2013. It's quite new. I didn't hear about this one, but it's 2015. Metasploit 2003. Yeah, so Burps Use 2003. Necto 2001. Wireshark is 1998. Jackson River 1996. Hydra 2001. Aircrack, but I'm kinda don't believe the NG was there by then, by 2006. Maybe it was. That's like new generation or something. Hashcat 2009. Yeah. So, oh, message. I'll answer later. So why did we have this up? Right. I was actually looking for recursive download. We might do this. We get. M is suitable for mirroring. Currently equivalent to RNL. If you some special characters and credentials, you can have the user and password argument. Yeah, so it's quite nice to have user and password too, right? Default depth is 5. So L depth, we need that too. L inf, oh, infinite depth. That's nice. What is N? M is mirror. No remote listing. So I used RNH cut tiers 5. Oof. Yeah, so there you see how much you can get from just reading a Stack Overflow thing in 2 seconds. I didn't close it down because it looks interesting. So now I'm curious what N is. Let's actually look in my notes instead. Why do what you already probably have? So web vget. Don't have vget here. Because it's probably more like Linux. Yeah, of course. So don't retrieve files almost newer than local. So that's a mirror bit of it. So why do I have 2 vget? Because this is a manual mirror FTP site. So let's actually make a new one. Download all files recursively from typing with one hand is, I guess I should use my other one, from FTP. So rlinf. So let's copy this one first, and then we'll just the linf, because we want passwords in there, right? We had the anonymous here though. This is better. Let's check this one out. Oh, it's already got that, so let's do that instead. Okay, so if there's can do special character, username and password. We get R, and then we do also linf as in there. Watch out that even if our default max level of 5, if you don't want to miss sub, there's use mirroring. Turn option suitable for mirroring. This option turns on recursion for and timestamp. It says infinite recursion dap and keeps FTP directory listings. It is currently equivalent to R, and then why not use linf instead of M? I don't get it. So we're done with that. Let's check with our list here. What does linf do? According to this, I scroll too far. Download. Recursive download. R recursive. L inf or 0 for infinite. Confirmed. Level and recursive. They're nicer, right? I like when it's all of it. I mean, we don't have to guess what L is. We can see the text. Inf. I kind of want that there. So recursive, infinite level, user password. User at login. Password. Server.com. Yeah. So we might just download the whole thing and just look at it on our local machine. Now I've closed down the VM and everything. Otherwise, we could have done that now. So 6 to do. Can't have a question mark. We can deal all files. And easier check for stuff like creds and search for, well, that's obvious, right? And also I'm too tired now. Yeah, let's just say goodnight to that. So, so on YouTube, you could hop over to Twitch if you want and join the raid. We're gonna raid someone. You raided CM Griffin tomorrow. I'm tired, right? I'm tired. Oh, we have Panda on. I was gonna raid Shyat because we tried to keep it in the cyber, you know. But Panda is fun. He was here before. I guess it's more this morning. Yeah, I'll do Shyat because, you know, cyber also has less people. So, raid the Shyats. So what have we been doing? Falling asleep. So I'll start the raid. I'm gonna send the link. Yeah, this number is so funny. It just goes up and down and sideways. So I'll send the link when the raid is completed to YouTube too, so you can go there if you want. My God, I look so depressed. I'm just tired, falling asleep. Yeah, I was gonna not stream after our little walk, and I was like, well, I'll start and see if I do something. And maybe we won't continue the box, but
Black
just
T says,
do some.
Ha ha. Translated from Tagalog.
Yeah, and just do something else. And now I've been like doing this for 4 hours apparently. So this was the second part of stream. I think it was about that long, the first bit too. That's life. It just flies by. And I should be doing bookkeeping, boring stuff too.
You're beautiful, lesson 3.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. It's very nice to have some company. And now, bye. Good night, everybody, and have a nice time at Shy House. He does like basic teaching stuff. And the link, I'm gonna send the link, and also we need to turn on audio.
Oh,
So,
Fix It rated with a party of 4. Welcome in, Raiders. And Fix It, what did you do on your stream? Welcome, welcome. Let's do a Hack the Planet for Fix It and their Raiders.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
But I do understand that your preference of text editor is a very big war that's going on between people who use Linux. There are people who like using